And we're live.
Thank you. I'll call the meeting to order of the Joint Committee on Fair Practices and Personnel, State Personnel Oversight. With me is my co-chair, Senator Clarence Lamb. I'll begin with opening remarks. I thought it might be a good time to emphasize that the committee respects witnesses that come before us and their rights. However, this is a forum where oversight of the executive branch is a primary focus. The Maryland Constitution says that the House of Delegates may inquire on the oath of witnesses into all complaints, grievances, and offenses. They may call for all public or official papers and records and send for persons whom they may judge necessary in the course of their inquiries. In 2007, our speaker, Delegate Adrian Jones, while co-chairing this committee's predecessor, actually went to the Court of Appeals to enforce this power. While upholding the subpoena power, the court noted that the principle is long-standing that the legislature is vested with all investigative power necessary to exercise its function properly. The court said that a legislative body cannot legislate wisely or effectively in the absence of information, and that sometimes some means of compulsion are essential to obtain what is needed. So the speaker set the standard, and that's why we're here today, after issuing subpoenas, looking into serious allegations of misuse of an entire state agency. We have a responsibility to take that as far as it goes. But this is actually an opportunity for Mr. McGrath to either come clean or to explain what permission he says he had from the governor for his payout, to explain his expenses, and explain his management of the Maryland Environmental Service. Thank you. Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Chairman Barron, and I echo your remarks about the concern and need for oversight. That is at the heart of the issue that we're trying to get at here. Really, it's about transparency, accountability, and the truth. And while Mr. McGrath has taken every opportunity to convey his side of the story to the public through op-eds and other statements, he has declined to appear before this committee until now, and we had to compel him to do so. The truth does matter, and the truth is important. The version of accounts that the governor has conveyed that he had no knowledge of and did not approve of, Mr. McGrath's severance, does not comport with Mr. McGrath's account that the governor knew and consented for the severance to be transferred to him. And it does not account for the concerns that have been brought up by the board of MES. And so somewhere in there is the truth. And that's what we're trying to get at. And I implore Mr. McGrath to use this opportunity now that he is here in a public forum to be able to convey the actual truth of what had happened and the accounts that have been put forth, the conflicting accounts that have been put forth. And so, you know, this is certainly an opportunity to tell his side of the story. I encourage him to do so because the truth does matter here in us understanding what took place in a critical conversation between him and the governor, and thus what he conveyed from that conversation to the board. And so the committee will look at this further and would like to better understand what took place so that we can ensure proper accountability and provisions moving forward to avoid this from happening again. With that, let me close in my remarks and have the court reporter swear the witness in and turn it back to Chairman Barron.
Sir, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter, be it the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You're on mute.
I do.
Chairman Barron?
Mr. Coe, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, co-chairs Senator Lamb and Delegate Barron, members of the committee. I'm Ward Coe of the firm of Gallagher, Avelius & Jones. We're here today to hear testimony from Mr. Roy McGrath. He is appearing with his counsel, Bruce Marcus of the law firm of Marcus and Bonsid. As we look at them, at least on my screen, that's Mr. Marcus on the left, and I believe Mr. McGrath is on the right. And I will be asking him a number of questions and then turning it over to the committee. Mr. McGrath, your name is Roy C. McGrath, correct?
That's correct.
And is your residence address 21 Task Court, Edgewater, Maryland, 21037?
Mr. Coe, I'm happy to provide personal information like that in another non-public forum, but not here today.
Consistent with the discussion. We will make personal demographic information and personal information available to the committee separately.
Mr. McGrath, I'll ask you to speak up a little bit because you're speaking through a mask. I understand the purpose of wearing one, but
Okay.
it's a little,
Yeah.
they mute your voice a little bit. I'm going to ask you about Exhibit 52, which is your description in the Maryland Manual online as former staff for the governor of the state of Maryland. It's correct, isn't it, Mr. McGrath, that you were chief of staff for Governor Hogan from June 1st, 2020 to August 17th, 2020?
Yes,
And you were appointed to that position by Governor Hogan?
yes,
You were also deputy chief of staff for Governor Hogan from July 1st, 2015 to December 20th, 2016, correct?
yes,
And you were director of MES from December 21st, 2016 to May 30th, 2020, correct?
yes,
You were appointed to that position by Governor Hogan, correct?
yes,
And you were appointed to the deputy chief of staff position by Governor Hogan, correct?
I don't know that I can answer that question directly, Mr. Coe. As part of the governor's staff, I can't say for certain that it was the governor's appointment per se, but it was a member of the governor's staff, correct?
You were also senior advisor and liaison to the Board of Public Works in the Office of the Governor from January 21st, 2015 to July 1st, 2015.
It sounds correct.
And you were a member of the governor-elect's transition team in 2014 to 2015, correct?
Yes.
What did you do in that job?
Could you repeat that question, please?
What did you do in the job as a member of the governor-elect's transition team in 2014 and 2015?
Go ahead and answer.
Okay. Provided assistance to the transition team with respect to building out the new administration, including staffing, interviews, assorted other things related to the incoming administration.
Was that a paid position?
No.
You were also director of Lawyers for Hogan, early voting and election day operations, and Hogan for Governor 2014, correct? You have to scroll down for that. Is that part of your job history accurate, sir?
What part, Mr. Cole?
Your position as Director of Lawyers for Hogan, early voting and election day operations, and Hogan for Governor in 2014.
Yes, I answered that question previously. You might not have heard me.
Okay. Was that a paid position?
It was not.
And you worked for the Hogan for Congress Committee back in 1992, correct?
I wouldn't describe it as worked for, but I volunteered, yes.
I want to show you Exhibit 50. This is an August 25th, 2020 statement released by Governor Hogan. Take your time to look at it. The second paragraph is in quotes. Could you read that paragraph to the committee, please?
You could certainly read that.
The quote says in the second paragraph of the announcement that you have on the screen, to be clear, I did not approve, recommend any involvement whatsoever in these decisions by the board of directors of MES with respect to the former director, Roy McGrath, or any other individual.
Is that statement correct, sir?
Mr. Coe and Mr. Chairman, at the present time, it has become apparent to me that there are accusations have been raised against me, resulting in agencies becoming involved in examining matters related to my time at the Maryland Environmental Service. And while I remain incredibly proud of the work, the MES team, and the progress that we made over the last few years, based on our inability to gain clarity on the status of those matters and on the advice of my counsel, at this time, I'm going to invoke those rights guaranteed to me under the laws of the state of Maryland and the state and federal constitutions. And I therefore respectfully decline to respond to that question. Certainly, I'd prefer to be in a position to speak more freely today. At such time as circumstances change and my counsel advises, I will notify you and eagerly respond to questions put to me by this committee. I thank you for your understanding and your respect for the rights afforded to me and every other citizen of our great state.
I want to again ask you to keep your voice up a little bit. So I think that the gist of that came through, but some of it was a little muffled. I want to ask you. I want to ask you some more questions about this statement. Governor Hogan says in this statement that he didn't have any involvement in, quote, decisions made by the board of directors of MES, end quote, involving you or other individuals. What does that statement mean to you, sir?
Mr. Coe, again, on the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Well, taken literally, I suggest that it means, first of all, that he didn't attend the May 28th, 2020 board meeting. He didn't attend it, did he?
Again, Mr. Coe, on the advice of counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And he didn't attend the Human Resources Committee that took place, meetings that took place on May 20th and 28th, 2020, did he?
Again, on the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Do you have any knowledge that Governor Hogan communicated to any board member of any MES about your severance before the board approved it?
On the advice of counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Let me ask you about what Governor Hogan doesn't say in this statement. He doesn't say that he never talked to you or you never talked to him about your severance, correct?
On the advice of counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
He also doesn't say that you and he never reached an agreement about your severance, does he?
Again, on the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Could you please turn to, bring up Exhibit 53. Go ahead and scroll all the way through. Okay, good. You can go back to the beginning. Mr. McGrath, these are two texts that you sent. The first on August 25th, 2020. That's the day that the governor's statement was released. And in that text, you asked to talk to the governor as a friend, correct?
On the advice of my counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question, Mr. Coe.
And you actually did not have a call with the governor on the night of the 25th, did you?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Mr. McGrath, can you identify Michael Padone?
Can you answer that?
Michael Padone is chief counsel to the governor.
You did talk to Michael Padone on the evening of August 25th, 2020, correct?
You'll assert your rights to that.
On the advice of counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
You asked Mr. Padone to get the governor to clarify his statement so that the facts were presented in a light more favorable to you, didn't you?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Mr. Padone replied to you that the governor was standing by his statement and would only make statements that were consistent with the truth, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Okay, let's go down to the next. Scroll up so you can read it. So will you read this text on August 26th to the governor? Please read it to the committee.
He will read the text as to the other portions of the question. Not sure that we're in a position to acknowledge or accept that. But go ahead and read what's on the screen, Mr. McGrath.
What's on the screen is I talked with Padone last night. The statement yesterday is being misinterpreted. Can you please say something about us discussing severance, that it was okay for me to handle with MES? Only what we agreed. Without your support, looks like I misled MES. I did not. I've been one of your loyalist supporters from the beginning, never asked for anything. Need your help now, please. This is devastating my life.
So you asked the governor in this text to say something about us discussing severance. So you did have a discussion with the governor about your severance, correct?
On the advice of my counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Was the discussion with the governor before the board approved your severance?
Again, on the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Okay. The next statement is that it was okay for me to handle with MES. and then only what we agreed. In other words, did you and the governor agree that you could handle your severance with MES and he would not be involved?
On the advice of my counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Did you ever tell the governor that you were going to ask for a full year's salary as severance from MES, even though you were moving from one state job to another with no period of unemployment in between?
On the advice of counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Did you tell the governor that you were going to tell board members of MES and employees of MES that the governor was aware of your severance and had no objection?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
You can take that down. When were you asked, Mr. McGrath, to come on board as the governor's chief of staff?
You can answer.
Just looking for a date.
I don't have the date in front of me, but I don't have the date in front of me, Mr. Coe.
It was obviously prior to your announcing it to the board of MES, which took place on May 26, 2020, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
You called Beth Voighton, the deputy director of MES, to tell her you were leaving MES to be the governor's chief of staff on May 22nd, 2020, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
So we're showing you Exhibit 54, which are your cell phone records. And please scroll down. There's an entry on May 22nd, the 22nd. At 12, whoops, that was it. There's an entry on May 22nd at 1:31 p.m. For a call to Beth Voighton's cell phone number, correct?
On the advice of my counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
In your conversation with Ms. Voighton, you informed her that you expected a severance of a year's salary, the same as Jim Harkins and John Sparkman got, and that the governor expected that also, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
On May 23rd, 2020, you called Joseph Snee, who is a board member of MES and chair of the Human Resources Committee, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Mr. McGrath, I'm showing you Mr. Snee's phone records. And on May 23rd, 2020, which is a Saturday at 10:14 a.m., he received a call from 410-533-8313. That is your cell phone. That was your cell phone number at the time, correct?
we're not, we will acknowledge privately any of the proprietary information outside these proceedings.
You had a cell phone issued by MES, correct?
That is correct.
That was the cell phone number of that cell phone, correct?
Is that the MES?
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Yes,
So you called Mr. Snee on May 23rd, 2020, and had a 29-minute phone call with him, correct?
on the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
In the phone call, you told him that you were going to be appointed chief of staff and requested the severance equal to a year's salary, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Mr. Snee said to you that he had to discuss that request with the Human Resources Committee and the full board, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
You told Mr. Snee that the governor knew of this request and approved of it, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Mr. McGrath, I'm going to show you Exhibit 56, which is a May 26, 2020 email from you to the Board of Directors of MES. Mr. McGrath, you sent Exhibit 56, correct?
I'm sorry, Mr. Coe, I don't understand the question.
You sent the email, which is Exhibit 56, your email dated May 26, 2020, correct?
On the advice of counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
This was your first written notice to the board that you were resigning at the end of the month of May, correct?
On the advice of my counsel,
Mr. McGrath, you sent Exhibit 56, correct?
Mr. Coe, can you hear me?
I'm sorry,
Mr. Coe, I don't understand the question.
You sent the email.
Mr. Coe, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay. Would you repeat the question, please?
Yes. Exhibit 56 is an email you sent to the board of MES, correct?
On the advice of my counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Let me go to Exhibit 57, please. Mr. McGrath, Exhibit 57 is an email from Beth Voighton to Joe Snee dated May 27, 2020 at 10 a.m. And it sets forth your salary, a tuition reimbursement amount, and your accumulated leave balances. Have you seen that email before, sir?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
You directed Ms. Voighton to provide that information to Mr. Snee, correct?
Again, on the advice of my counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Mr. McGrath, I'm going to show you Exhibit 58. First, just the minutes of the May 27, 2020 Human Resources Committee. You have seen these committee minutes before, correct? Keep scrolling.
On the advice of counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
I want to ask you about the paragraph that starts, Mr. Snee then initiated. It is correct that you requested to be paid a severance, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
It is also correct that Mr. Snee told you that he would not recommend a severance unless the governor was aware of it and did not object, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And it's correct that you assured Mr. Snee that the governor was aware of the proposed severance payment and did not object, correct?
Advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
There's a statement at the bottom of that paragraph. Mr. Snee reported that he and Mr. McGrath had also discussed other personnel and budgetary matters, and that Mr. McGrath assured him that the concerns of the board would be considered by the governor. What were the other personnel and budgetary matters that you discussed with Mr. Snee?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
The next paragraph of the minutes referred to a potential executive incentive payment for fiscal year 2020 for you and the cash value of your unused leave. Those were matters that you apprised Mr. Snee of, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And you provided them as justification for your getting a severance equal to a year's salary, correct?
Again, on the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Mr. McGrath, I want to show you Exhibit 59. Sir, this is a text exchange between you and Beth Woyton on May 26th and May 27th. Ms. Woyton was trying to get a hold of you, and you actually had a phone call on the evening of May 26th, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And that you had that phone call, and that's where you provided Ms. Woyton with the details of your expected severance, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
So if you go down to the May 27th exchange, Ms. Woyton's text to you at 11:38 a.m. is after the May 27th HR committee meeting, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And will you read what Ms. Woyton texted there, please?
We can certainly read what is on the paper as to the balance of that suggestion. We decline to accept that, but if you need Mr. McGrath to read it, he's certainly willing to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll read it with the stipulation that I didn't write it. Hi, the HR committee wants to make sure the governor would be okay with you receiving severance equal to 1 year's pay. They're worried about the optics and don't want to do anything to make the governor look bad. I told them that I thought that the governor was aware and was okay with it. Correct? Question mark.
So you didn't write it, but you read it back in May and you responded to it, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Will you read the next entry on Exhibit 59, please? The
It's
response.
anticipated. Pardon me, Mr. Coe, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay. It's anticipated, yes, not to mention the precedences.
And it's anticipated means that the governor anticipates the board will approve a payment of a year's salary to you as severance, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
You had intended the assurance in this exhibit that you provided to be relied on by the Human Resources Committee in making a recommendation for your severance. Isn't that correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And you intended that the assurance would be relied on by the board in approving a recommended severance, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Let's go back to Exhibit 56 for a minute, please. I'm sorry, 50. The SNE fund. 55. So Exhibit 55, sorry. I'm showing you Exhibit 55, Mr. McGrath, and on May 27th at 8:30 p.m., there's a call with 410-533-8313, your number on the cell phone issued by MES, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And then there's a second call at 8:54 p.m. The total duration of the calls is 34 minutes. That was the evening after the May 27th, 2020 Human Resources Committee meeting. You discussed your severance with Mr. Snee in those two phone calls, didn't you?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And you made clear to Mr. Snee that you wanted both the proposed severance of a year's salary and tuition reimbursement in the amount of $5,250, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Let's go back to Exhibit 58. The minutes of the Human Resources Committee of MES on May 28th, 2020. Okay, the third paragraph. The third paragraph states that Mr. Snee stated that he had been assured by Mr. McGrath that the governor was aware of this proposed severance payment and did not object. That was because you provided that assurance to Mr. Snee, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And if you go down into the next paragraph, the committee not only approves the severance payment in the amount of equal to 1 year's salary, $233,647.27, but also tuition reimbursement in the amount of $5,250, correct?
Again, on the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
you didn't ask about wanting MES to pay $14,475 for you to attend a Harvard executive course after you left and went to the governor's office, did you?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
We go to Exhibit 60. Mr. McGrath, Exhibit 60 are the Board of Directors minutes, meeting minutes for the closed session on May 28, 2020. And I should point out here that the Board of Directors of MES has authorized for purposes of these proceedings that the closed session portions of their minutes could be disclosed to the committee. You left before the closed session started, correct?
On the advice of counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And while you were gone, the Board of Directors approved the severance payment, the tuition reimbursement, and rounded the two of them up to $239,000, correct?
On the advice of counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And if you'll scroll down right there, in the last sentence reads, in response to a question, Mr. Harris stated that the agency has sufficient cash to make the proposed payment to Mr. McGrath. Were you aware that such a question was asked at the board meeting?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And go down to the next paragraph. Stop there. In the paragraph at the top of page three of Exhibit 60, the board also votes to authorize you to utilize your agency-issued laptop and cell phone in your new position as Governor's Chief of Staff, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
When did you first ask to be able to continue to use the laptop and cell phone?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Let me go to Exhibit 61, please. Mr. McGrath, you recognize Exhibit 61 as the MES tuition policy, correct?
On the advice of counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
What was the reimbursement of $5,250 in tuition for?
On the advice of my counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
I want to scroll down to paragraph 4C of the tuition policy, Exhibit 61. The tuition policy requires that the courses you take must be relevant to the service's needs. Were the courses you took for $5,250 relevant to the service's needs?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Scroll down to 5B, please. 5B of the policy requires that to get reimbursement, you need to show proof of payment and a copy of a final grade or certification. You never provided that, did you?
On the advice of counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And we're going to scroll down to 5I. Did you ever provide evidence that you passed the course or provide evidence of your grades in order to get reimbursement?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Scroll down to 6A2, please. Did the Human Resources Department at MES approve your attending the course that you got reimbursed $5,250 for?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And you left shortly after getting that reimbursement, correct? You left MES.
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And the tuition reimbursement policy provides that if you leave within a year, you owe the money back, right?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
After you received your severance and left for the governor's office, you worked with Matthew Sharing to edit the board of directors minutes for the May meetings, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Where is the sharing it? It's 46. Yes. I'm going to show you Exhibit 46. Mr. McGrath, this Exhibit 46 is a text exchange between you and Mr. Sharing in June of 2020, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
On June 17th at 9:58, Mr. Sharing texted to you, GM, we're preparing for BOD meeting 6:25. Would you like to review the BOD meeting minutes from May? And your response was yes, offline, correct?
On the advice of counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Why did you want to, well, first of all, what does offline mean?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Go to what's Sharing's 627 email. Which, let's see. Okay, we're scrolling down to a June 27th, 2020 email from Mr. Sharing to Pamela Fuller. Pamela Fuller is an MES employee, correct?
Can you answer that?
She was at the time. I can't speak to the current status of her.
In his email, Mr. Sharing says, "Hi Pam, please excuse the short notice, but it has been brought to my attention that we have some additional edits to the May BOD minutes." We is you and Mr. Sharing, correct?
On the advice of my counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And he encloses updated May closed session minutes, which neither you nor he attended, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Okay, go back up. I want to get the financial report. That's it. I'm showing the edited financial report session of the May 28, 2020 minutes. And you and Mr. Sharing struck out cash and investments are $2 million lower than last year, mainly due to early best payouts. If not for the early best payout, the amount would be comparable to FY19 at the same point. You and Mr. Sharing edited that statement out, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Well, you determined that you did not want that statement in a board of directors minutes where the board was awarding you $239,000 in severance, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Mr. McGrath, I'm showing you now Exhibit 49, which is the op-ed you wrote for the Baltimore Sun, dated August 21st, 2020. You are the author of that op-ed, are you not?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Scroll down to that paragraph, right? I want you to read the first sentence of the second paragraph, which starts the decision to award.
And just so it's clear, you were simply asking him to read that which is now shown on the screen.
Correct.
And Mr. McGrath, you can go ahead and do that.
The first sentence.
Are you referring to the one that starts with the decision?
Yes.
The decision to award my non-taxpayer funded severance was made nearly 3 months ago by the MES Board of Directors in mid-May, when the fiscal circumstances were certainly not the same as today.
Thank you. Now, the Sun paper's first article about your severance was August 14th, 2020, correct?
I don't recall, Mr. Cobb.
I'll represent to you that it was. And this op-ed is August 1st, 2020. I'm sorry, August 21st, 2020, 7 days later. And in that statement, you're, as I understand it, making the representation that the fiscal circumstances were not the same as in August as they were in May. And the next statement is, it was not long into the pandemic and the full impact was only beginning to unfold, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Let me show you what we have as Exhibit 62, please. Who is Stephen Schatz, Mr. McGrath?
Who is he?
Stephen Schatz is a Deputy Chief of Staff to Governor Hogan.
And scroll down so you can see Schatz's email. Mr. Schatz emailed to you on May 8th, 2020, referring to today's cabinet calls asking your team to review any outstanding or upcoming bills or invoices for our county or local government partners to see if MES can delay/suspend payments and or extend terms so they can have more time to pay. That was his request, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
You understood Mr. Schatz to be asking for some financial relief for county and local governments, didn't you?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Scroll up to his response. At 3:06 p.m. on May 8th, 2020, you responded to Mr. Schatz, correct?
Go ahead.
Yeah. On the advice of counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
In your response, you state that the cash flow of MES is needed to pay current expenses, correct?
On the advice of counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
You explained further that the cash position is not such as to be able to defer payments, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
You also make the point that MES would not be able to pay its own fixed and variable expenses, correct?
On the advice of my counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And you make the point that your accounts due over 90 days have already been growing, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Read the last line of that email, please, sir, to the committee.
The last line of the email says, not an encouraging outlook for anyone.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 63, please. Mr. McGrath, I'm showing you Exhibit 63, which is a Washington Post article dated May 14th, 2020, entitled Maryland Releases Staggering Forecast of Economic Damage. Have you seen that article before?
It's a yes or no.
No.
The article makes the point that the number of known coronavirus cases in Maryland is up to 35,903. That Maryland expects to lose at least $925 million in state tax revenue by the end of June, and that more than 103,000 unemployment claims were filed in the District of Columbia, Maryland, and Virginia to that point. Were you aware of that state of the Maryland economy in May of 2020?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Let me show you what is Exhibit 64, please. Mr. McGrath, Exhibit 64 is an NPR release dated May 19th, 2020, saying, entitled, Maryland reports largest rise yet in coronavirus cases, 4 days after reopening. It reports that the Department of Health reported 1,784 newly confirmed COVID cases that Tuesday. Were you aware of that at the time, sir?
On the
Which time, just so we're clear, Mr. Coe?
May of 2020.
Time of the publication?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right, now go ahead.
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
I'm showing you next Exhibit 65. This is a Baltimore Business Journal article dated May 14, 2020, that says Maryland faces budget shortfall of between 925 million and 1.1 billion in the current fiscal year. Were you aware of that fact in May of 2020?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Let me next show you another copy of the May 28, 2020 MES board minutes. This is Exhibit 66. You chaired that meeting, correct?
It would appear so.
I didn't hear the response.
Mr. Coe, I said it would appear so.
Let's scroll in. And whoops. So the director's report was given by you, correct?
On the advice of counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Well, in the director's report, you made the statement, the team remains cautious going forward as many clients will be seeing a decrease in revenues, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
So was MES doing MDOT MPA projects at the time?
On the advice of counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
I go down to the financial report. Mr. Harris, during his financial report, reported that the accounts past due 90 days is longer than usual, correct? That's correct, isn't it, Mr. McGrath?
It appears to be.
He also made the statement that late payments are expected as customers have limited access to hard copy records and facilities due to the COVID-19 pandemic, correct?
So just so we understand the context of the question, you are asking him whether the exhibit that is shown, number 60, contains that reference?
I'm asking him, yes, that's what I'm asking.
You're asking me to confirm what's in front of me from this report,
Yes,
That's it. And so-
correct? Okay. And I apologize. Please repeat the question.
Mr. Harris also reported that late payments are expected as customers have limited access to hard copy records and facilities due to the COVID-19 pandemic.
That's what it says there in the minutes.
He also reported that FY21 will be challenging.
Yes.
And it was on
That's
that
what it
date,
says there in the minutes.
and it was on that date that you requested and the board approved your severance of a year's salary and other benefits, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
I'm not going to, you don't have to pull that up. Mr. McGrath, in your op-ed of August 21st, 2020, you made the statement, some have incorrectly described both of my recent jobs as Chief of Staff for the state of Maryland and CEO at MES as state jobs. They were not. Do you believe that neither job was a state job?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Okay, Mr. McGrath, I'm going to show you Exhibit 67, which is the Maryland Natural Resources article, an excerpt from it. Have you read that statute before?
On the advice of counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Well, section 3103A of the Natural Resources article says, there's a body politic and corporate known as the Maryland Environmental Service. That's the entity that you were director of, correct?
The question is whether he was the director of Maryland Environmental Service. I think he can answer that question.
Is that the question, Mr. Coe?
That's the question.
Yes.
The service is an instrumentality of the state and a public corporation by that name, style, and title, and the exercise by the service of the powers conferred by this subtitle is the performance of an essential governmental function of the state. You were aware of that as director, correct?
On the advice of my counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And you've previously stated, consistent with 3301B1I, that you were appointed by the governor with the advice and consent of the Senate, correct?
On the advice of my counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Your title by statute was director, correct?
If you know.
I can't confirm that, Mr. Coe.
Isn't that what it says in 3103B1I?
Mr. Coe, is the question what is what is written on this exhibit as being part of the statute?
Yes.
Okay. And just so that we're clear, 3-103B1, is that the reference, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Just
Mr. Coe, just to be clear, you're referring to the one that says the director shall be appointed by the governor, et cetera?
Yes.
That's what it says.
You referred to yourself as CEO, correct?
On the advice of counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
You directed MES employees to refer to you as CEO, correct?
On the advice of my counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
You also referred to yourself as chairman, correct?
On the advice of counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 45, Mr. Graham. It's the young Jewish. Oh, I'm sorry. Exhibit 18.
18?
Yes.
Thank you.
Scroll down to his entry. There you are. I'm showing you Exhibit 18, which is a brochure from the Young Jewish Professionals event that you spoke at, and you identify yourself as Maryland Environmental Service Director, CEO, and Chairman, correct?
On the advice of counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Did the board ever appoint you as CEO, Chairman?
On the advice of my counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
I think we're 69. I want to refer you to Exhibit 69. This is a Facebook post by you after the Sun Papers article came out in August of 2020, correct?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Well, in this entry, you make the statement, in 2016, upon his departure, my predecessor received an exit package far larger than mine. You're referring to Jim Harkins there, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
In your op-ed piece, you make the statement that Mr. Harkins received a $256,000 severance payment. In fact, he only got a severance payment of 1 year's salary in the amount of $160,000. Isn't that correct?
On the advice of my counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Mr. Harkins was director of MES for 11 years, right?
If you know.
I don't recall.
I want to show you the Board of Directors minutes for MES dated February 19th, 2016, which are Exhibit 70. Down to the award of severance. Do you see that in closed session, the Board of Directors voted to pay Mr. Harkins a severance?
A yes or no as to whether you see it.
I see it. I see reference to that, yes.
Okay. I'm going to refer you next to exhibit number 71. Janet Irvin was the finance director of MES at one point, correct?
Yes.
And in her email to Stephanie Acosta, who's in the accounting department, correct?
As I recall.
In her email, in Irwin's email dated February 29th, 2016, she makes the statement that the amount was $160,000, correct?
That's what it says on the screen there in the email.
In your article, your op-ed piece, you made the statement that Mr. O'Neill received a severance of $79,000 after less than a year on the job. Do you recall that?
On the advice of my counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
I want to show you Exhibit 72. These are the Board of Directors minutes for the closed session on August 16th, 2017. You were present for that, correct?
As I recall.
And you used the title Director/CEO, correct?
On the advice of counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
So if you turn to your proposal regarding Mr. O'Neill's retirement, You propose that he receive his executive staff bonus even though he will be leaving before the completion of the year in the amount of $30,560, right?
The question is, what's on the document, Mr. Coe?
I'm asking him what he did.
On the advice of my counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
The executive staff bonus was calculated for the fiscal year that ended July 1st or June 30th, 2017, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And you also recommended that Mr. O'Neill be permitted to cash in on his unused annual leave totaling $39,957, correct?
On the advice of my counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
That was an amount he was entitled to be paid for, the accumulated leave, correct?
On the advice of my counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And in fact, Mr. O'Neill worked for MES for over 12 years, correct?
Yes or no?
Again, I don't recall.
And he was deputy director and acting director, correct?
That's correct.
You also referred to Ms. Wooden in your op-ed piece as receiving a severance of $150,000. I want to refer you to Exhibit 73, which are the board minutes of June 25th, 2020. Do you see that the board recommended that Ms. Wooten, the deputy director, be paid a severance of $1,000 for each year that she'd been with MES?
Again, Mr. Coe, are you asking him to just confirm what is written on this page?
This time, yes.
Okay.
If you're referring to the first point on page 6, yes, $1,000 for each year employed.
And she had 32 years in service at MES, right?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
You consulted with Dr. Glass regarding her severance, correct?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And when you described her severance in your op-ed piece, you added up her severance of $32,000 and the value of her executive bonus for the year that was ending in one day and her annual leave accumulation, correct?
On the advice of counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
What you were doing in your op-ed was attempting to make your severance after 3.5 years on the job look reasonable compared to a former director of 11 years, a former deputy director and acting director of 12 years, and a former long-term employee of 33 years who had been deputy director and acting director, correct?
Again, on the advice of my counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
So I'm showing you, Mr. McGrath, Exhibit 64, which shows the actual severance payments made to you, Ms. Wooten, Mr. O'Neill, and Mr. Harkins.
Mr. Coe, I think you said 64. I believe what I'm looking at 74.
You're correct. Thank you. Thank you. This is Exhibit 74. Do you have any information that those figures are wrong in any way, Mr. McGrath?
On the advice of my counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
When you came to MES, you can take that. When you came to MES at the end of 2016, you transferred unused annual leave from the governor's office to MES, correct?
Answer if you can.
That's correct.
And you accumulated more annual leave at MES, correct?
Yes,
And you transferred that accumulated leave back to the governor's office when you became chief of staff on June 1st of 2020, correct?
now on the advice of my counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And after you left the governor's office on August 17th, 2020, you were compensated for your accumulated annual leave, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And that was an entitlement under state law, correct?
On the advice of my counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
So when did you first meet Governor Hogan? Would have been before he had the title governor. So I'll say Mr. Hogan.
It was in the early 1990s.
What were the circumstances?
Larry Hogan at the time was a candidate for Congress, and I came to know him through his campaign for the 5th Congressional District seat.
So you first met him in connection with his run for the congressional seat against Mr. Hoyer, correct?
That's correct.
And you also worked on his campaign in 2014 for governor.
I didn't work on it, but I volunteered.
I want to show you Exhibit 75, which is information we have extracted from the Information from Maryland Campaign Information System. These are contributions that you made, correct?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
The two state central committee contributions in 2014, they were in connection with Mr. Hogan's campaign for governor, correct?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Would you describe your relationship with Governor Hogan as close?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Do you consider Governor Hogan a personal friend?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Did you at any time consider him a personal friend?
On the advice of counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
So when you first became director of MES, there was a position for an internal auditor, and the auditor's name was Diana Olson, correct?
I don't recall.
Let me show you Exhibit 76, please. I'm sorry, 76. This is the job description for the internal auditor at Maryland Environmental Service, correct?
Do you recognize it?
I don't recognize it, Mr. Coe.
Do you recall that the internal auditor, among other duties, audited MES employee expenses for identification of those that violated MES's reimbursement policy?
Yes or no?
I do not know.
I want to refer you to the Board of Directors minutes of April 19th, 2018, which is Exhibit 77. Scroll down to on April 9th, the board discussed the resignation of a current employee and plans to reevaluate that position. That was when Ms. Diana Olson resigned as internal auditor, correct?
I don't recall, Mr. Coe.
You do recall, though, that there were plans to reevaluate the position of internal auditor, weren't there?
I do not have such a recollection, no.
Well, you were opposed to hiring another internal auditor to replace the one that resigned, weren't you?
Do you have a time frame on that, or is that just at any point?
Well, let's start with any point.
The answer is no.
On April 19th, 2018, were you opposed to hiring a replacement internal auditor?
No, not that I recall.
Okay, let me refer you to a little earlier in the minutes. Where Harris is, there it is. Oops. You reported to the board that Michael Harris was sworn in as treasurer of MES the day before this meeting, correct?
That's what it says there on the minutes.
Okay. He wasn't, you're aware that he was in fact treasurer of MES, right?
Of course, yes.
I want to refer you to minutes dated October 22nd, 2020, which will be Exhibit 78. The minutes under Director's Report, the third paragraph, state that Dr. Glass introduced Ms. Winsome Condra to the board. She is the new internal auditor for the agency. Between between April 19th, 2018, when you were director, and October 22nd, 2020, when Dr. Glass was director, there was no internal auditor at MES, was there?
I can't confirm those dates with you, Mr. Coe. I don't recall.
Can you identify any employee of MES who was the internal auditor after Diana Olson resigned?
I don't recall.
And the Mr. Harris that we just mentioned, he worked with you at NACDS, correct?
That's correct.
For how long did he work with you at NACDS?
That I don't recall.
It was a number of years, correct?
I can't say certainly, but I think it was longer than a year.
You were personal friends with him, correct?
I would say we were personal friends.
You recruited him to come to MES, didn't you?
I wouldn't use the word recruit.
You informed him of a job opportunity at MES, didn't you?
I don't know how he became aware of the opportunity, but we did have a conversation about it.
You encouraged him to come to work for MES, didn't you?
I'm on the advice council and pursuant to my legal rights, I'm going to respectfully decline to answer that question.
How many former NACDS colleagues did you hire at MES?
On the advice council pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
When did you first meet Mr. Sharing?
I can answer that.
I couldn't tell you. I don't recall exactly, Mr. Coe.
Do you remember the circumstances under which you met Mr. Sharing?
I do not.
Was it before he came to work for NACDS?
I don't recall.
He has been a personal friend of yours for a number of years, correct?
Again, I would call him a friend, yes.
You became the governor's deputy chief of staff on July 1st, 2015, according to the Maryland manual we looked at earlier. And the Department of Housing and Community Development was one of the agencies you oversaw, correct?
That's correct.
And in July of 2015, Mr. Sharing was hired as a special assistant at the Department of Housing and Community Development, correct?
I can't confirm the dates.
You helped Mr. Sharing get that job, correct?
The advice council pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
So the Governor Hogan announced your appointment as director of MES in December of 2016, and you directed Beth Woyton to meet with Matthew Sharing regarding hiring him at MES, didn't you?
I don't recall those circumstances, Mr. Coe.
You advised Mr. Sharing that he could come to work at MES, didn't you?
Sorry.
Answer, please.
I did not. I don't recall that I advised him, but there was conversation with him about the opportunities in MES.
Conversations between you and Mr. Sharing?
Yes.
When did they take place?
I don't recall.
Did you encourage him to come to work for MES?
I'm not sure that I recall to be able to answer that specifically.
Did the conversations occur while you were director of MES?
I don't recall.
Well, you created the job of strategic partnership director for him, didn't you?
No, the position was created.
Could you repeat that? I couldn't hear the last part of that answer.
I said no, the position was created.
Was there a written job
You said it-
description of strategic partnership director at MES before he was hired?
That I don't recall.
Who was in the position of strategic partnership director before Mr. Sharing was hired?
In the position or the title?
In the title. Who had that title?
I don't believe that title existed.
So you created the title for Mr. Sharing?
The title was created for the role.
And Mr. Sharing was the first person to occupy it or to have the title?
That's correct.
And you created that title for that role, correct?
I don't recall that I personally created it.
You also worked with Dan Farrow at NACDS, correct?
I did.
Did you become personal friends with him?
We were friendly. Personal friends is open to definition.
I couldn't understand what you said, Mr. McGrath.
I said we were friendly, but the term personal friends is open to definition.
Did you offer him a job at MES in public relations?
I don't know that I offered him the job. MES offered him a job.
Did you encourage Mr. Farrow to come to work for MES?
I talked with Mr. Farrow about the opportunity at MES.
You also worked with Vishal Bhatia at NACDS, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you encourage him to join MES?
I did.
Are there other former NACDS employees that you encouraged to join MES?
Among our 850 employees, Mr. Coe, no, not that I recall.
While you were director of MES, you used a personal and an MES credit card to charge your expenses, correct?
I was issued an MES credit card initially and ultimately used a personal card when we downsized the number of cards that were available to employees.
Okay. And I want to show you Exhibit 9, please. We have reviewed your expenses during your approximately 3.5 years of service at MES. Mr. Sharing's during his 3+ years of service, Mr. O'Neill's during his 11+ years of service, and Mr. Harkins during his 11 years of service. Your total expenses were $129,702.20 in 3.5 years. Do you dispute that?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
They're actually higher than that because Mr. Sharing paid some expenses for you, correct?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
So Mr. Harkins, who was director for 11 years, had total expenses of $15,923.31. By my rough estimate, in 3.5 years, you spent approximately 9 times more on expenses than Mr. Harkins did in 11 years. Can you explain that to the committee?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question at this time.
Mr. McGrath, I'm going to show you Exhibit 79. I'm going to ask that this be scrolled down very slowly. But we have reviewed your expense reports, and We have listed them here by date, setting forth the amount of the reimbursement, giving the dates of the events in the expense reports themselves, and identifying who approved them. And the X's in the final column being the expense reports included events that Mr. Sharing attended also. And that reaches the total of $125,715.07. I want to proceed to ask you some questions about not all of these reports, but a few of them, just to make sure I understand them, to make sure the committee understands them. First, I'm going to show you Exhibit 80. Scroll down this slowly, please. This is an expense report for seeking reimbursement for $5,335.27. And that is your signature on the approved by line, isn't it?
It appears to be. Could you scroll back up for just a moment? Okay, thank you. It appears to be.
So you approved your own expense report in this instance.
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And one of the events you seek reimbursement for is the Disney's Approach to Leadership Excellence course in Orlando, Florida, correct?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question at this time.
So this is the second page of the report. Just stop right there. The registration fee for the Disney Institute in Orlando was $5,155, right?
That looks to be correct.
And that was at the Grand Floridian Spa and Resort at Disney World, right?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question at this time.
Scroll down to the next. This next report is for March business travel to Orlando, and it's signed by you over on the left, correct?
Appears to be.
Okay, and that's on August 27th, 2018, correct?
I'm having a little trouble reading that, but
Okay, I'll just represent to you that it is.
okay.
The expenses were incurred in March of 2018, correct?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And Mr. Harris signed this as your immediate supervisor, is that right?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Whose signature is on the approved by line? that Mr. Harris?
I don't know. It might, I'm going to stick with I don't know. I can't say for sure, Mr. Coe.
So if you'll scroll down. Go ahead. So on this trip, you spent 3 nights at the Disney Grand Floridian Resort and Spa, correct?
On the advice of counsel and pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And that place costs $789 a night, right?
Pursuant to, sorry, on the advice of my counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Did Mr. Sharing go to this event?
He did not.
Can you scroll down to the next hotel? And go to, yeah, keep going. We want to get to Grand Marriott. You also spent a 4th night at the Marriott Grand Lakes in Orlando, correct?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question at this time.
Why did you spend an extra night then in Orlando?
On the advice of my counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
So by my calculation, MES spent $10,490.27 to send you to the Disney course. You never told the board of directors that you were going to that course, did you?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
You didn't get any business for MES down there, did you?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Okay, I'm going to show you Exhibit 81. We have reviewed your expense reports for and created a summary of meals that you and Mr. Sharing shared while you were both MES employees. They run from June of 2017 till March of 2020. Please just scroll down it very slowly. So by my count, there were 96 occasions. The total was $6,100.98. And it was $1,706.20 over the per diem limitations. The per diem policy was never enforced against your expense reports, was it?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
I'm going to show you, next I want to show you Exhibit 82. Mr. McGrath, this is one of the expense reports you submitted on June 4th, 2020. Show the upper right-hand corner. Isn't it?
Just take 5.
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
On June 4th, 2020, you were no longer an MES employee, were you?
Could you repeat the question, Mr. Coe?
On June 4th, 2020, you were no longer an MES employee, were you?
That's correct.
I didn't hear your answer, sir, if you answered.
I said yes.
You were an MES employee on June 4th, 2020?
The question was I no longer an MES employee? My answer is yes. I was no longer an MES employee.
Thank you. Scroll down, please, to the approval. This expense report was approved by Michael Harris, correct?
Mr. Coe, you're going to have to help us because we keep, if it's
What's your question?
it's not apparent as to what you're looking for, and
Okay, I'll point it out for you.
Yes.
So
thank you.
can you, if you look at the approved line on this expense report, it shows that Mr. Harris approved it, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes.
And these are Form MES expense reports that you're familiar with, correct?
That's a report, and I can't say that I'm familiar with that particular report.
Let's go back up to March 22nd, 2019 entry. So there's a charge for a hotel on March 22nd, 2019 in the amount of $286.62. That was for staying overnight at the Four Seasons Hotel in Baltimore, correct?
Yes.
Why did you stay overnight at the Four Seasons Hotel in Baltimore and charge it to MES?
It says it right there.
Scroll down and show the receipt. Mr. McGrath, why did you stay at the Four Seasons on the night of March 22nd, 2019 and charge MES for it in the amount of $286.62?
Hold on.
Yep.
Mr. Coe, could you flip that back to the actual report, please, sir?
Yep.
On that line. Okay. And the one that you're looking at, sir, is March 22nd, 2019, where it says Climate Leadership Conference? Is that the one
Yes.
we're looking at?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Mr. McGrath, you can read the document.
Mr. Coe, the document says on March 22nd, 2019, there was a hotel charge for the Climate Leadership Conference in the amount of 200 and looks like 86.92, maybe 62. It's like a eye test.
Is that your answer, Mr. McGrath?
That's what it says on the report, Mr. Coe, and I'm reading it.
Okay. Look at the Four Seasons receipt, please. Can you? Did you spend the night at the Four Seasons Hotel, Mr. McGrath?
Can you zoom in a little bit further?
we are looking across the room and it's very fuzzy as it's blown up. And unfortunately, the direct link to the site is a little slower than what we're doing right here.
Okay. Let me ask you this question, Mr. McGrath. Do you recall
Thank you.
spending the night at the Four Seasons Hotel in Baltimore and charging MES for it?
Yes or no?
Yes, I do.
Why did you spend the night at the Four Seasons and charge MES for it?
On the advice of my counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question at this time.
So you can take that too. Your records also show that you stayed overnight at the Annapolis Waterfront Hotel, the Westin Annapolis, the Baltimore Sheraton on Charles Street, and you charged MES for all of those stays. Why were you charging MES to spend the night in hotels in Baltimore and Annapolis?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question at this time.
Let's go to 83. Next, showing you Exhibit 83, which is an expense report submitted by you for expenses in January of 2018. The purpose being breakfast business meeting in Baltimore County. And you have a hotel room charge of $314.58 on it. A total expense of $472.89. Scroll down. Your signature on this report dated March 6, 2018, correct?
It appears to be.
And Ms. Boynton approved it?
That also appears to be the case.
Okay. And the hotel charge was for the Sagamore Pendry in Baltimore on January 23rd, 2018, correct? That's correct, isn't it, Mr. McGrath?
I'm trying to read what's on the screen, Mr. Coe. Pardon me for just a minute here. Could you repeat the question one more time? Just want to make sure I understood it correctly.
The hotel charge is for staying the night of January 23rd, 2018 at the Sagamore Pendry Hotel in Baltimore, correct?
That looks to be the case.
Why did you charge MES for staying in the Sagamore Pendry in Baltimore on January 23rd, 2018?
On the advice of my counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question at this time.
The receipt at the bottom of this page appears to show that you had a breakfast meeting the next day at the Towson Diner in Towson. Do you recall that?
Recall the breakfast or recall the document? I'm not sure which one we're asking.
Thank you. Do you recall attending the breakfast at the Towson Diner the next day?
That's a yes or no.
Yes.
So you spent the night at the Hotel Pendry at a cost of $416.53 to have breakfast at the Towson Diner the next day?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question at this time.
Let me show you another part of this exhibit. This is an expense report, portion of the expense report also submitted on June 4th, 2020. Hotel charge on October 21st, 2019 for the META Fall Conference. What's META?
META is an acronym for the Maryland Economic Development Association.
And that hotel charge was for staying at the inn at Perry Cavern, correct?
I can't answer that unless you have a receipt there, Mr. Coe.
Do you recall spending the night at the inn at Perry Cabin and charging MES for it?
That appears to be what's on the receipt, sir.
I couldn't understand your question, your answer, Mr. McGrath.
I said, yes, that appears to be what's on the receipt.
Did you say you do recall spending the night at the inn at Perry Cabin?
I'll interpret. I think he said that appears to be what's on the receipt.
Okay, I'm asking you if you recall spending the night at the inn at Perry Cabin and charging MES for it.
I recall spending one night at the Inn of Perry Cabin. I don't recall the dates, but based on what you have on the receipt, I'll assume it's correct.
Why did you spend the night at the inn at Perry Cabin and charge MES for it?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question at this time.
Mr. Sharing also stayed at the inn at Perry Cabin too, didn't he?
If you know.
Yes, he did.
Why did he stay there?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question at this time.
I'm going to show you a series of charts that summarize the different types of trips and events that you took and charged MES for. These are all parts of the total expenses that we've already shown that you incurred for MES. The first is Exhibit 84, which are international trips. So you took a trip in April of 2017 to Brussels and Paris to meet with Sibelco and charged MES for it, correct?
Those were the airports involved, but those were not the ultimate destinations in both cases. We did not have a business meeting in Paris.
Okay, so you just went through Charles de Gaulle.
That's correct.
And you spent time in Brussels, correct?
We did.
You also traveled to Italy in October of 2017, correct?
That is correct. I can't say for sure about the dates, but we did go to Italy and we did go to Italy on one trip for that.
And you traveled to Israel in November of 2019?
That's correct.
And then let me show you Exhibit 85. These are trips, a list of trips that you took within the United States. Scroll down slowly. There are a total of 24 out-of-state trips with a total cost of $35,907.90. Actually, it's the total amount you were reimbursed for the trips. Do you have any reason to doubt that information, sir?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question at this time.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 86.
And actually, Mr. Coe, I'll revise my answer because I believe I saw at least an inaccuracy.
I couldn't understand the last part of your.
Disregard my statement. I'm sticking with my answer on this counsel. Pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline.
Did you?
Stop.
You're saying what?
I don't know. Wait, just stop.
I'm showing you Exhibit 86, which are leadership conferences which you attended. There were a total. Go ahead.
The problem is that it's actually going faster than what
Okay.
you would like. It's not clear. Are you simply talking about the two entries that are contained in the document, one September 14th to September 15th of 17 and November 17th to November 18th? Are those the two?
No, I'm not.
Or are there others?
I'm showing you now Exhibit 86, which is a list of leadership conferences. I'm just asking that this be scrolled down and Mr. McGrath look at it, and then I'll ask him a question.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Oh, now the top of it was not apparent, but it now is.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is a list of 15 leadership conferences which your expense reports show you attended and received a total reimbursement of $14,464.33 for. Do you have any reason to dispute that, Mr. McGrath?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And Mr. Sharing attended all 15 of those conferences too, correct?
No.
Which one or ones did he not attend?
Just on the page that you have up at the moment, I see 1, 2,
Scroll up so you can see.
actually, at least half of that list he didn't attend.
Okay. Let's go down it. Start at the top. Did he attend the first entry leadership conference in Baltimore?
I don't believe so.
How about the Leadership Maryland Conference?
Again, no, I don't think so.
How about the YJP CEO Leadership Conference in July?
I couldn't say about that one without checking.
How about the Chamber of Commerce at Villanova in July?
That one I don't recall.
How about the American Association Conference in Washington in September?
Don't believe so.
The Leadership Maryland Conference in September.
No, I don't believe he attended either of those.
The Leadership Maryland Conference in November.
Again, I don't believe he attended Leadership Maryland events.
How about the U.S. Chamber of Commerce in Arizona in January of 2018?
Not sure about that one.
Did he attend the June 2018 conference in Madison?
I believe he did.
Did he attend the YJP conference in July of 2018 in New York City?
Not sure.
Did he attend the July 2018 U.S. Chamber Conference in Philadelphia?
That I don't recall.
Did he attend the August 2018 American Society Conference in Chicago?
Don't recall on that one either.
Did he attend the February 2019 CEO update in DC?
I don't believe so.
Did he attend the March 2019?
Mr. Coe, I'm not sure Mr. McGrath had completed his answer, but you may not have
Sorry
heard.
if I cut you off.
No, it's
Sorry.
quite all right.
All right.
Understand the logistics. Go ahead, sir.
I started to say, not that I recall, but there was an instance where I was unable to attend something and he attended it in my place at the last minute. That might have been one of those events. So just for clarity, I wanted to make that point. But normally,
Which one was that, sir?
I think it's the one
Which-
on February the 6th, the one you referred to as CEO update.
Okay. Did he attend the March 2019 American Society Conference in Colorado Springs?
He did not.
Did he attend the CEO update in DC in February of 2020?
Again, my answer is the same as on the February 6th event. I'm not sure. He did attend, I think, one of those, but I don't recall which one. And it wasn't with me that I recall.
Mr. Coe, when you get to a convenient place to stop for just a few moments for a short break, that would be great.
So, Mr. Marcus, if you can address that request to the chairs who are running the meeting here.
I certainly did not mean to slight either of the two co-chairs.
Mr. Coe, could you, I guess, continue your question until a point where you feel comfortable giving us a quick break and we can recess for a few minutes? If that's appropriate now, let us know, but otherwise, please finish your thought and line of questioning.
I'm about to go on to something else, so it's fine now.
Okay. To my co-chair, Chairman Barron, if you're comfortable with it, I think we can recess for maybe 5 minutes to give Mr. McGrath a few minutes.
Sure, quick break is fine.
Okay. All right, so it looks like the time now is 3:15. Let's take a quick break for 5 minutes. We will return at 3:20.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
see that it's 3:21. Chairman Barron, are you there? Maybe if we, oh, there you are.
I'm back. We
Okay.
ready?
Yeah, you ready to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Ward, carry on.
Okay. Mr. McGrath, we interviewed James Harkins, who was director of MES for 11 years, and asked him how many leadership conferences he went to. And his response was that he didn't go to any because he thought Governor Ehrlich appointed him because he was a leader. You went to 15 leadership conferences while you were director of MES. Why did you go to them?
Mr. McGrath, you're muted if you're trying to say something.
Mr. Coe, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Did you hear my prior answer?
I didn't. You were muted.
Okay. Didn't appear to be. I said on the advice of my counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Did you believe that you had leadership skills when the governor appointed you director of MES in December of 2016?
Advice of counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Okay, Mr. McGrath, I'm going to show you Exhibit 87. This exhibit contains 6 expense reports submitted by you for which you were reimbursed in the year 2018. I'm going to show you the front page of the report and the approved by line. This is one for $5,335.25, and your signature's on the approved by line, correct?
Again, I believe we looked at this earlier, Mr. Coe, and I said at the time that that appears to be my signature, correct?
Let's look at the next one. This is one for the amount of $277.89, and your signature is on the approved by line, correct?
Appears to be.
The next one is one for $2,118.86, and you approved this one, didn't you?
Mr. Coe, could you identify which document that it is? Because I'm not sure that the record will necessarily reflect what's on the screen, just so that we have a record as to which ones the questions relate to. And I'm certainly not suggesting to tell you how to do your job, but just for clarity's sake, if we could just do that, please.
I'm showing you an expense report for the calendar year 2018 with a total reimbursement sought of $2,118.86 by you. And if you scroll down, that is your signature on the approved by line, correct?
Again, it appears to be.
I'm showing you a report for expenses during 2018 submitted by you for a total of $2,020.54. That's approved by you, correct?
That appears to be my signature. Or
Next,
my
showing
initial
you
signature is.
a report for calendar year 2018, seeking expense reimbursement in the amount of $859.85. That was approved by you, correct?
Appears to be my signature or my approval.
Next, showing your report for 2018, seeking reimbursement of $1,562.72. Approved by you, correct?
Appears to be my initials on there.
I'm going to show you one more for 2018, seeking reimbursement in the amount of $289.68. That was approved by you, correct?
Again, appears to be my initials on that paperwork.
Why were you approving your own expense reports in 2018?
On the advice from my counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respect decline to answer that question at this time.
For some expenses, it appears that both you and Mr. Sharing got reimbursed. Do you recall that ever happening?
No.
Let's go to Exhibit 88, please. On the left side of this exhibit is a portion of an expense report submitted by you on June 4th, 2020, correct?
I can't really see that, Mr. Coe.
You see at the top, it says overall process expense report, Roy McGrath on June 4th, 2020 for $14,165.38.
At the top of the report, I do
Yes.
see that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And see the date of June 4th, 2020 at the top right of the report?
Yes.
And you see that the report seeks reimbursement for a dinner during ICDS in the amount of $35.49.
Okay.
And if you turn the page, just scroll down. You had dinner at the Balthazar restaurant in New York on September 24th, 2019 at 7:46 p.m., correct?
That's what it appears to be from the receipt.
And the total was $35.49, correct?
On the receipt on the left, that's the amount that's on there, yes.
Okay. And that corresponds with, if you scroll back up to the report, to the entry on your report for September 24th, 2019, correct?
Sorry, I don't recall the date on it now, but did you want to bring the receipt back up or?
There it is. 3549, September 24th.
Yeah.
352949, September 24th, right?
That's what it says.
Now, if you look at the report on the right, you have to go farther so that you can see.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right.
This is a report by Mr. Sharing dated October 14th, 2019. It seeks reimbursement, and all the report dates are all the dates in the left-hand column are the date of the report, but it seeks a dinner reimbursement in the amount of $117.06. If you scroll down, to the receipt. Mr. Sharing submitted receipts for dinner at the Balthazar on September 24th, 2019. The receipt on the right is 7/46, the same time as your receipt, same date, for dinner in the amount of $117.08. And he has both of your names written at the top, right?
So, Mr. Coe, I'm not sure if the question was that they're the same time, because they do not appear, at least based on what we're seeing here, that they are in fact at the same time. They're same date, but they do not appear to be the same time. I'm not sure if that was part of the question or not.
It's more than an hour between.
If you look at the receipt on the right, it is the exact same time as Mr.
It says
Grass
6:12.
receipt, 7:46 p.m.
If it may be we're not seeing it, but the one that I'm looking at, which is on the right, says it's 6:12 p.m. Now, I'm not sure if there's another time or that we're not seeing it, but it looks like it's highlighted. It's September 24th, 19 at 6:12 p.m.
So
But I'm not
all
sure
right,
if that's right or not.
I'll take you through the receipts.
Okay.
Mr. Sharing's receipts. The first one on the left shows September 24th, 2019, 6:12 p.m. It shows the order, including 1 goat tart, 2 petite
Right.
steaks, and a profiterole for $98.08. Then the receipt on the right is the shows a transaction time of 7:46 p.m. The same
So the
time
problem,
as
the problem is we can't see that. We're not able to see the one that's all the way to the right.
Have you tried scrolling further to the right? Is there a scroll bar at the bottom? Because we can see all of them here.
Okay.
so the one on the right shows the $99.08
Good.
charge plus $18 tip for a total of $117.08.
That's great. Thank you.
6 p.m.
Great.
It appears to be an order for 2 dinners.
And the one to the left is $35.49.
Right.
Well, our left. Let me get rid of that thing, please.
Can you tell me, Mr. McGrath, why you and Mr. Sharing were both submitting receipts and getting reimbursed for the same meal?
It's not the same meal.
Yeah, I'm not clear on this.
I couldn't hear an answer there.
I said it's not clear, Mr. Coe, from what you're showing. Doesn't appear to be the same meal.
You have to speak up, Mr. McGrath.
Mr. Coe, I said I can't answer your question based on what I'm looking at here, but it does not appear to be the same meal.
And why do you say that?
Because you have 2 different sets of receipts for different amounts. I don't see how the one on the left corresponds with what's on the right. So it was obviously for another item or items on a different ticket.
Did you and Mr. Sharing both go to an ICDS event in New York in September of 2019?
That sounds correct. We did attend the ICSD. I just can't be certain about the dates.
Did you go to the Balthazar for dinner?
I can only go by what's on the receipts here, but that appears to be the case.
Did you have dinner separately from Mr. Sharing?
I don't recall the particulars, or we wouldn't have spent this long on this, unfortunately, Mr. Coe.
Let's go to the next exhibit. Actually, so hold off on that. When you, on June 4th of 2020, when you were no longer an MES employee, you submitted 4 expense reports for a total of over $55,000 for reimbursement from MES, correct?
On the advice of my counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Mr. Harris approved them all, correct?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question at this time.
Beth Voighton, on June 4th, 2020, was the acting director of MES, correct?
Yes or no?
Yes.
You didn't notify Ms. Voighton, the acting director, that you were submitting over $55,000 worth of expenses to get reimbursed on June 4th, 2020.
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
You didn't advise any of the directors that you were doing that, did you?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
The expenses went all the way back to December of 2018, correct?
That sounds correct, Mr. Coe.
At approximately 7:30 p.m. on June 4th, 2020, MES accounting employees were contacted by Mr. Harris to process those expense reports, correct?
I don't recall. I wouldn't know that, actually.
Well, you were experiencing errors in attempting to process them yourself, correct?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And you still had access to the MES financial system, correct?
Yes or no?
Yes.
And payroll day at MES was June 5th, correct?
I don't know that, Mr. Coe.
Okay. Your expense reports totaling over $55,000 had to be approved on June 4th, correct?
Again, I don't recall the particulars.
Or you're about to lose access to the financial system, correct?
Mr. Coe, I don't recall the particulars, the timing of that.
I want to show you Exhibit 88. I'm sorry, 89. So this is expense report A dated June 4th, 2020. It was submitted by you, correct?
I can only confirm what I see on the screen, Mr. Coe, but the report has my name at the top of it.
Scroll through all pages of That is a report submitted by you on June 4th, 2020, isn't it, Mr. McGrath?
On the advice of counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Did you have a conversation with Mr. Harris on that day about your submitting these reports?
On the advice of counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
If you look at the process history part of this exhibit, it has 3 lines down: expense report event, approval by finance executive, status approved. That was by Michael Harris, correct?
That's what it says on the report, Mr. Coe.
Okay. And the first event is expense report event step completed by Jennifer Brown. She's an employee in accounting at MES, correct?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with Ms. Brown that I recall.
Okay. So she completed her work at 8:36 and 32 seconds on June 4th. And Mr. Harris approved the report at 8:39:10, correct?
That appears to be the case based on the report. Yes.
Let's go to expense report B. This is another report on June 4th, 2020. Scroll down it so you can see it. It was submitted by you, wasn't it, Mr. McGrath?
I missed the top of the report, Mr. Coe, so I'm not sure. If you want to scroll back up, I can confirm that. My name's at the top of it.
Right. Your expense report, correct?
That's what it appears to be.
Okay. Scroll down to the approval. This expense report was completed by Ms. Brown at 8:02 p.m. on June 4th, correct? If you look in the
That's what it
process,
looks like. Yeah, that's what it looks like there, Mr. Coe.
and 2 lines down, it was approved by Mr. Harris at 8:17, correct?
That's what the report appears to show.
Let's go to the next. I'm showing you now your expense report of June 4th, 2020, expense report C, for a total amount of $6,413.74. And scroll down. And referring to the process history, Ms. Brown had it entered by 8:19 on June 4th, correct?
That's what the report appears to reflect, yes.
And 2 lines down, Mr. Harris approved it by 8:21, correct?
Again, that's what the report reflects.
Let's go to the next one. This is your expense report of June 4th, 2020, expense report D, in the amount of $14,165.38. Correct?
Is that a question, Mr.?
That's
Yeah,
correct, isn't
it
it?
appears to be from the. It appears to be from the report.
Okay, scroll down. And Ms. Brown completed her work on submitting this by 8/17. Mr. Harris approved it by 8/19, correct?
I'm having a little trouble seeing that, but I think you're correct.
Okay. What was Mr. Harris's job in reviewing and approving these 4 reports, sir?
And Mr. Harris was the treasurer of the MES Board of Directors.
What was he supposed to do in reviewing and approving these reports?
You need to direct that question to Mr. Harris, Mr. Coe.
He was an MES employee. He reported to you, correct?
That is not correct.
Who did he report to?
He reported to Ms. Whiten.
As finance director, he reported to the deputy director who reported to you.
That is correct.
And as director, you can't tell us what Mr. Harris's job was.
Well, you asked it in reference to his role of treasurer, I believe, and I think that's defined somewhere in statute.
Can you, as former director of MES, describe what Mr. Harris's job was in reviewing your expense reports?
I would describe it as his role as chief financial officer and treasurer. It was to process and consider and review and handle through normal procedures and routine processes, review of expenses.
Was his job to review expenses to determine whether they complied with MES's reimbursement policy?
That I don't know.
What was your process in gathering all these documents and receipts and submitting them in a total amount of over $55,000 on one day? How did you do that?
Sure, just do this.
No, I'm glad to answer the question. The way it was done, first off, it wasn't done over one day. It had to be accomplished over a couple of days. It was while I was onboarding with my new job. So I made time to plow through this quantity of expenses that had accumulated since December of 18, as you pointed out. And through a series of considerable labor and effort, got them put into the system.
And how did you identify receipts that were legitimate MES expenses?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
I'm going to give you a couple of examples of expenses you sought reimbursement for and got in this June 4th submission. So you had a small hot fudge sundae with whipped cream for $4.13 on April 11th, 2019 in Cumberland. And you had MES pay for that, right?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
You had MES pay for a $1 parking charge in Annapolis, right?
Again, on the advice counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
So on June 23rd, 2019, you had lunch at Sailor Oyster Bar in Annapolis with S. Krim. Who is S. Krim?
S. Krim is Steve Krim.
Why were you having lunch with him on that date?
On the advice counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
What was Mr. Krim's job at the time?
I don't know or recall.
Wait, let's go to point 3. Mr. McGrath, I'm showing you Exhibit 43, which is an expense report submitted by Mr. Sharing for a total amount of $14,970 on May 29th, 2020. Have you seen that report before?
I have not, but I recall.
Do you recall that Mr. Sharing was submitting an expense report for reimbursement for Harvard executive education invoice and a GWBOT midwinter event around that time?
I can't see the dates on it, Mr. Coe. I don't know if they'd like to zoom in or not.
So I'll tell you the dates are, the report date is May 29th, 2020.
Okay. And again, the question is?
Did you discuss those expenses with Mr. Sharing?
On the advice counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question at this time.
One of the expenses is for an invoice from Harvard in the amount of $14,475. That was for a course for you, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And why did Mr. Sharing pay for that course?
On the advice counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question at this time.
And the course was given on the dates of May 31st through June 26, 2020, correct?
That is correct.
Let's go to, this is Mr. Sharing's actual expense report, where he lists both total amounts. It's actually dated June 4th, 2020. And if you look at the expense report event approved by a manager, status approved on May 29th, 2020 at 2:26:22 p.m. by you, correct?
That appears to be correct.
So you did approve Mr. Sharing being reimbursed in the amount of $14,475 for paying Harvard tuition for you, correct?
On the advice counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question at this time.
Can you tell me mechanically how you approve this? Did you do this online in the MAS system?
Again, on the advice of counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question at this time.
You didn't tell any board member that you were attending a Harvard course at the cost of $14,475, did you?
I don't recall, Mr. Coe.
You didn't tell any MES employee you were attending that course at that cost other than Sharing or Harris, did you?
Again, I don't recall that I did or didn't.
You had Mr. Sharing pay for the course and seek reimbursement so that you would be in the position of approving it, didn't you?
On the advice of counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question at this time.
You didn't attend any part of the course while you were an MES employee, did you?
On the advice of counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question at this time.
You didn't tell anyone in the governor's office you were attending that course at the expense of $14,475, did you?
No, that's incorrect.
Who did you tell?
As best as I can recall, I told my administrative assistant. I also shared it with Governor Hogan.
You told your administrative assistant, who was that?
Forgive me, we worked together a short period of time, so I've drawn a blank on her name at the moment. It'll come to me. I'm happy to share it with the committee.
And did you say that you told someone else also, other than your administrative assistant?
I did. I shared it with Governor Hogan, and I may have shared it with other staff as well. It was something that I wasn't keeping to myself.
When did you share it with Governor Hogan?
About the time that I started the job, because they were concurrent.
Okay. So you told Governor Hogan that you were attending a nearly month-long course at Harvard during your first month on the job as chief of staff?
No, what I told Governor Hogan was that I had been scheduled to take this for about 5 months, and that the timing happened to coincide with the transition to my new job. So originally the program had been scheduled for April. It was delayed due to COVID. It became an online program, and the transition from one job to the other happened around the same time.
And what was Governor Hogan's response?
On the advice of counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question at this time.
Did you tell anyone else in the governor's office?
Yes, I indicated that prior.
Well, I'm
Again.
asking if there anyone other than your assistant and Governor Hogan?
I don't recall, Mr. Coe. I may have.
Did you tell Governor Hogan that Mr. Sharing had paid $14,475 for you to attend this course?
On the advice of counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
Did you tell Governor Hogan that Mr. Sharing got reimbursed $14,475 by MES for you attending this course?
On the advice of my counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 90. Mr. McGrath, this is the course schedule for the Harvard class, Senior Executive Fellows, May 31st to June 26, 2020. I'm going to ask that it be scrolled through slowly. Mr. McGrath, did you attend the classes that are listed on this course schedule?
Mr. Coe, there were synchronous classes and asynchronous, meaning that some of them were self-study, so to speak. So I participated in the ones that I could. I did the asynchronous work in evenings and on weekends and things like that. And then there were also recordings of the session, which I was able to refer back to later. Unfortunately, due to the new position timing, it wasn't possible for me to participate live in most of them, with only a few exceptions.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 91. Mr. McGrath, this is a copy of your calendar for June while the course was going on. Go slow. Go slow. Mr. McGrath, we've just shown you your calendar for during your first month of chief of staff for the governor, which looked very, very busy. Can you estimate what percentage of the Harvard course you attended during that month while you were also keeping this calendar?
No, Mr. Coe, I cannot.
Did you get any kind of certificate from Harvard?
I did. I received a certificate of completion.
And why did you have MES pay for that course?
On the advice of counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question at this time.
I'm going to switch to another topic, Mr. McGrath. While you were at MES, you had the use of a MES vehicle. Is that correct?
MES had a fleet of vehicles, Mr. Coe, and they were available to employees.
After the office closed in March because of the pandemic, you had the use of a vehicle until you left MES, correct?
I had the use of the vehicle the entire time I was at MES, as did other office employees.
And you had it during the time of the pandemic too, correct?
I believe so. Yeah, as far as I recall.
Well, you took a vehicle home with you, didn't you?
Not routinely, no.
Are you saying that you never took an MES vehicle home with you?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying not routinely.
You requested to take an MES vehicle with you to the governor's office, correct?
That's correct.
And who did you request that from?
It was, so fleet was handled through our finance office, so the request would have gone to our CFO, Mr. Harris.
It's requested Mr. Harris. That's not something you requested of the board, correct?
No, the board of MES is not involved in operations of MES.
Well, you requested the board to authorize you to take the laptop and the cell phone, but not the vehicle?
They were at different times. No, they were at different times, and one was supposed to be ownership. The other was a governmental transfer of a vehicle, which was MES.
How long did you have use of the vehicle while you were chief of staff for the governor?
I don't recall using the vehicle at all while I was chief of staff for the governor.
Where was the MES vehicle when you were working for the governor in June of 2020?
We had worked with the administration team to find a parking spot for the vehicle. And I think it was moved around a couple of times, but it was within the Annapolis complex.
The vehicle never was transferred to the governor's office, was it?
That I don't know.
Did you ever discuss returning the vehicle with Dr. Glass?
I don't recall, Mr. Wolf.
So, Mr. McGrath, you were given a number of special projects by the governor while you were MES director, is that correct?
I would describe it a little differently, but I was asked by the administration to assist with a number of special projects.
One of them was you were asked to be on Operation Enduring Friendship, is that correct?
There were things related to that effort that I was asked to support on. I was never formally asked to be a part of that program per se.
But Operation Enduring Friendship was the effort to procure coronavirus test kits from Lab Genomics in South Korea, correct?
I think that was part of it.
What was the other part of it?
I think it was everything around the state's effort to secure additional COVID testing.
You, in fact, spearheaded the state's efforts to procure the $500,000 lab gun test kits, didn't you?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay. Let's look at 93. Showing you Exhibit 93, Mr. McGrath, which is an April 20th, 2020 statement by Governor Hogan. Have you seen that statement before?
I'm familiar with the statement, Mr. Coe. I haven't seen this particular document before that I recall.
Okay. I want to refer you to next page of it. The paragraph that starts, I also want to thank Lab Genomics. Please read that You don't have to read it to the committee, just read it to yourself. Have you had an opportunity to read that paragraph?
I think I've got the gist.
There, Governor Hogan gives thanks to the entire Enduring Friendship and Operation Enduring Friendship team, correct?
He lists a great number of people that he thanks.
Right. But he gives special thanks to Roy McGrath, the director of MES, who spearheaded our efforts. Right?
That is what the statement says, yes.
Okay. Are you saying that the statement's incorrect?
No, I'm saying that Governor Hogan was very generous in his praise in that description.
I next want to show you Exhibit 94. This is Exhibit 94 is a Baltimore Sun article dated September 15th, 2020. Have you seen this article before?
I believe I have.
Were you aware that the tests, the lab gun tests returned a spate of false positive results to nursing homes around the state?
I don't have any recollection of that, Mr. Coe.
Okay. Let me show you Exhibit 95, please. Were you aware that the University of Maryland lab stopped using the test gun tests?
Only from published reports.
Lab gun testing. I'm showing you Exhibit 95. This is an article from the Washington Post dated November 20th, 2020. Have you seen that article before?
I believe I saw it at the time, Mr. Coe.
Okay. Were you aware that the 500,000 coronavirus tests were not used because they turned out to be flawed?
I can't affirm the premise of your question, Mr. Coe, but I read what you've read.
You don't have any additional information on that?
I do not. I would suggest the Department of Health.
You were involved in procuring the $500,000 test kits, the 500,000 test kits, correct?
I was not involved in the procurement through the Department of General Services per se. So I guess the answer to your question is no. That happened prior to my active engagement in supporting this effort to get COVID testing for the state.
What involvement did you have with the lab gun test kits?
It was primarily around transportation and logistics to help facilitate getting them to Maryland.
I want to go to Exhibit 96, please. I'm showing you an email from Dan Farrow to Matthew Sharing dated August 12, 2020. Scroll down. It's forwarding an email from Pamela Wood of the Baltimore Sun. On April 12th, 2020, Mr. Sharing told you about this contact from the Baltimore Sun to Mr. Farrow, correct?
I don't recall, Mr. Coe.
Do you recall that before the Baltimore Sun August 14th, 2020 article came out, Mr. Sharing contacted you that it was to inform you it was coming out?
No, I do not.
Do you recall telling Mr. Sharing to instruct Dan Farrow not to tell Dr. Glass and not to tell Sean Coleman, counsel to MES?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question at this time.
Just to give you the time orientation, I want to show you the Baltimore Sun article dated August 14th, 2020. You recall, I'm sure, with that, reading that article when it came out?
I recall, without scrolling through the article, I don't recall if it was that particular one, but I do recall articles.
You were aware the article came out on August 14th.
I can't say for certain that I was aware on the 14th, but I was aware of I'm aware of the topic in the article.
On August 14th, you called Dan Farrow to give him talking points to respond to the article, correct?
I don't recall the timing, Mr. Coe.
Do you recall calling Dan Farrow while he was in his car with his family and giving him talking points for a release from MES?
I do not.
Let's go to August 14th at 6:16. I'm showing you an email from Dan Farrow to David Nevins, which is dated August 14th, 2020 at 6:16 p.m. And it states, I just got off the phone with Matthew, who just spoke with Roy. They want to go on the offensive and issue a press release tonight. You did speak with Matthew on August 14th, 2020 about going on the offensive and issuing a press release, didn't you?
On the advice of counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question at this time.
Take it to 701. I'm showing you now an email from Dan Farrow to David Nevins dated August 14th, 2020 at 7:01 p.m., which says, I have some talking points from Roy. I'm adding to it and will forward shortly. You did provide Mr. Farrow with talking points, correct?
I don't recall that, Mr. Coe.
And Mr. Nevins was assisting in this effort, is that correct?
I don't recall, Mr. Coe.
When did you first develop a relationship with Mr. Nevins?
I couldn't tell you exactly, but I'd say within the last couple of years.
And he was someone you contacted frequently with respect to public relations matters, correct?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Let's pull the cell log. Just go. I want to show you Exhibit 97, which is your cell log, and it highlights contacts with Mr. Nevins. And I want to show you the highlighted ones. Just go through them really slowly so you can see the things. Show the date. So these are contacts between you and Mr. Nevins in June of 2020, while you were chief of staff for the governor. Did Mr. Nevins have a contract with the governor's office for public relations?
I don't know the answer to that.
Why were there so many contacts with you and Mr. Nevins during this period of time?
You know, I have a friendly relationship with Mr. Nevins, and we communicated. As you can see from what's on the screen, that's over a couple of days. But you know, you asked her about frequently. We were not in communication on a daily basis.
Okay, just scroll through it until you get to August. Just slow down so you can see the dates. So these are contacts in July.
So, it's all June.
Oh, it's still June. Oh, so these are still contacts in June.
They appear to be over the same date, unless I'm misreading this.
Now, there's June 14th, June 15th.
I don't see the date.
There's June 17th.
Scrolling, Mr. Coe, scrolling this is other than being able to identify a whole lot of highlighting is of little utility, because there's no way that anybody could possibly make sense of this in this format. But you know, we're happy to do the best we can given the circumstances.
We'll go slowly and then I'll ask them a question. Just go up to August.
Yes.
Go up to August. I'm going to show you the August so long. So go to the 14th. Here's, oops. We're going to show you August 14th. You see that entry on near the top of the page?
Yes.
You and Mr. Nevins had frequent contact on August 14th, the day the Sun Papers article came out, correct?
Mr. Coe, I'm having a difficult time interpreting what's on the screen, so I can't say yes or no to your question.
Well, just answer based on your recollection. Do you recall having frequent contact on August 14th with Mr. Nevins regarding the subject matter of the Sun article?
Again, I guess frequent is up for definition. I would not have described it as frequent.
On August 14th, you and Mr. Schering were trying to control the content of MES's press release, correct?
On the advice of counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question at this time.
And one of the efforts you made was to try to highlight the fact that other MES employees had received severances, correct?
On the advice of counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
I wanted to ask you some questions about your management of MES. And this comes from interviews with employees. When you went to the MES office, you regularly passed by the front entrance and went in a side entrance, correct?
I took the entrance closest to my office on a regular basis, Mr. Coe. I did hear the testimony of Ms. Woyton, and that was very misleading. She used the same entrance I did.
And when I asked you the question, you used the side entrance, that meant your answer meant you used the side entrance, correct?
I used all the entrances. There were 3 to the building, and I used whichever one was appropriate for wherever I was going inside the building.
Well, if you were going to your office, which was the one closest to your office?
My office was immediately adjacent to a side entrance.
So you used the side
As was
entrance
Ms. Woyton's.
on a regular basis, correct?
I would say that's fair.
You did that, according to employees, in order to avoid contact with the employees. Is that correct?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Did you direct employees to contact you primarily by text message?
Not that I recall, although I frequently communicated by text and phone calls and occasionally by email.
Even before the pandemic closed the office, you regularly worked remotely, including for many days in a row, correct?
No, I don't believe that's correct, but I will say there may be exceptions where there was a reason for that, depending on what business I had at any particular time on the calendar. But what I did routinely do was try to have a telework day a week in order to be even more productive than I could be in the office when I was dealing with routine business.
Mm-hmm. When you traveled, you generally didn't tell other MES employees where you were going or how long you would be gone, did you?
Did you say regularly?
Yes.
Regularly? No. Why would I?
Who did you tell where you were traveling and how long you would be gone?
Well, I reported to our board of directors routinely in those minutes that you referred to, and as well as others, what my travels typically consisted of and what the purpose was and what the value was, to the extent that we could, the time we had.
Are you saying, Mr. McGrath, that you regularly reported to the board of directors on your travel?
Yes.
I want to show you Exhibit 98. Mr. McGrath, Exhibit 98 is the July 22nd, 2020 email from Beth Woyton to members of the board. Have you seen that document before?
Only in the hearings that were held. I didn't see it outside of that.
So you have seen it before?
I believe so, yes.
Did someone at MES forward it to you?
Not that I recall.
Where did you get to see it?
It was in one of the hearings that the committee held. I can't say for certain if it was shared otherwise, but I do recall seeing it at the hearing.
In it, Ms. Whitten reports that she was unofficially told that the legislative auditors notified a finance group member that an anonymous complaint was received about the director's spending. I was unofficially told that the agency was directed to investigate the allegation. I do not know the results of the investigation, but obviously this needs to be divulged to the auditors. When you were director of MES, did you know that Ms. Whitten was told that the legislative auditors noted a finance group member that a complaint had been made about your spending?
Could you try that question again?
Yeah, I wasn't following either.
When you were director of MES, Mr. McGrath, did you know that the legislative auditors notified a finance group member of MES that a complaint had been made about your spending?
I can't say for certain, Mr. Coe, that your statement's correct. I don't know that it referred to any particular individual spending, but there was an anonymous complaint shared by the Office of the Legislative Auditors that had a reference to that in it, as I recall.
When did that occur?
It was around the time of our audit concluding, which would have been in October, November of last year, if my memory serves me.
So there would have been sometime in the fall of 2019?
I believe so.
And who did the legislative auditors notify?
I don't recall who the letter went to, Mr. Coe.
Who notified you?
As far as I can recall, I believe our CFO let me know.
Mr. Harris?
That's right.
And you told Mr. Harris that you would take care of it, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
When Mr. Harris told you of the anonymous complaint reported by the auditors, you told Mr. Harris that you would take care of it, right?
I'm not sure I understand the question, but no, I did not tell Mr. Harris I would take care of it. Certainly not that I recall.
Okay. Did you understand that the auditors had directed the agency to investigate the allegation?
If you have the letter, I could confirm that, but absent the letter, my recollection was that they put to the attention of our finance office. They said this is something that MES may want to investigate, look into. I don't remember what the language was. And as best I recall, that was done by our finance department. And as far as I knew, reported up into Mrs. Whiten, who oversaw finance.
And what's the basis of your knowledge that the investigation was done?
Mr. Harris and I had a conversation about it, and he advised me that it would be considered and looked into, and there'd be a disposition of it.
Did he ever did he ever give you a report of the investigation?
He gave me a verbal update on it and said, based on the facts at hand, there didn't appear to be merit to investigate it any further than what efforts he'd already made, which he'd indicated he looked into it. And that, I believe, tabled the matter for the time being.
Did Mr. Harris tell you what he did to investigate the allegation?
I just recall him saying that he had looked into it.
Did he tell you anything about the substance of what he investigated?
Not that I recall.
Did he help tell you whose expenses he examined?
Again, Mr. Coe, it was a year ago, and the answer is I don't recall.
Did he tell you whether he examined your expenses?
He was familiar with my expenses since he was the person who routinely reviewed and approved them. He expressed to me he didn't see the merit in this complaint with respect to my expenses.
Did you finish your answer, sir?
I did.
Okay. You said he knew about your expenses, but earlier we reviewed a number of expense reports submitted by you that you approved of. Did he tell you whether he investigated those?
No, the answer to your question is no. I think you showed a few examples. I suspect there was a bona fide reason why those were handled that way. But no, he did not as part of this conversation.
What was the bona fide reason why you handled your own expenses, approved your own expenses, Mr. McGrath?
On the advice of counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I'm going to respectfully decline to answer that question at this time.
I want to show you Exhibit 99. This is a text message from you to Mr. Addison on July 24th, 2020. You say, "Hey, Billy, I just heard about the letter." You're referring to Beth Woyton's July 22nd letter, correct?
On the advice of counsel pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question.
And go to the next one. This is a text message on the same date to Dick Street, another MES board member. You're referring again to Ms. Woyton's letter, correct?
I believe that's correct, Mr. Coe.
Okay. And did you discuss that with Mr. Street?
That I don't recall.
Did you discuss the letter with Mr. Addison?
I do not recall.
Are you aware that MES hired outside auditors to, among other things, examine your expenses?
I'm aware that we had a standing contract with an auditor to routinely review MES expenses and other financial records. Only through information was shared with me that I understand that they did a review of expenses that have been submitted.
Have you ever seen the audit report?
I have not, but I recall.
So I'm going to show you Exhibit 100. Mr. McGrath, this is an audit report by RSM regarding the expense reports of certain managing directors at MES. And the attachment to the report, attachment B, This is an audit report of exceptions just with respect to your $55,000 expense reimbursement on June 4th, 2020. And it shows that 89 of 269 individual items were requests for more than the appropriate amount based on policy.
Is that the line, Mr. Coe, that says totaling $3,600?
That's correct. You have to, can you?
Okay.
It shows you didn't use state service contracts when booking hotels or flights on 106 out of 289 individual items. It shows you did not submit expenses within 5 days of incurring the expense while on travel in 69 of 269 items. It shows your expense is not listed as an acceptable expense within policies provided on 29 of 269 items. Shows a receipt or applicable support was not provided upon reimbursement submission on 52 of 269. And it showed that you submitted the expense for reimbursement after leaving the service on 69 of 269. Did you believe that when you were director of MES that you did not have to comply with MES expense reimbursement policies?
On the advice counsel, pursuant to my legal rights, I respectfully decline to answer that question at this time, Mr. Coe.
Mr. Sharing, Mr. McGrath, when was the last time you communicated with Mr. Sharing?
I'd say within the last week. Did you hear my answer, Mr. Coe?
I did not hear your answer, sir. I don't know what happened there.
Oh, okay. I said that I would say sometime within the last week. It's been a number of days, but in the last week.
Okay. Did you communicate with Mr. Sharing about his testimony or your testimony before this committee?
I'm on the advice of my counsel, pursuant to my legal rights. I respectfully decline to answer that question.
When was the last time you communicated with Governor Hogan?
It would have been on the day my resignation was announced, which I believe was August the 20th.
The last part of your answer was muffled. I couldn't hear it.
I said I believe, but without looking at a calendar, it was August the 20th, the day I.
Those are my questions, Mr. Chairs. I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. Chairman Barron, do you want to start?
I actually think Mr. Coe has been pretty comprehensive, much like last week. So I don't have any further questions. Perhaps you or maybe other committee members.
Sure. Any other committee members with questions? Okay. I do have some questions myself. I do appreciate the line of questions from Mr. Coe. And I had some questions to follow up on Mr. McGrath, your involvement in the procurement of these South Korean tests. And I know that you had stated that your involvement was somewhat limited. I think it is important for us to see and understand what your involvement was, because this took place during your time at MES. And I'd like to actually include some material that we're bringing forward that if I could share my screen to committee staff.
You should be good.
Okay. So, Mr. McGrath, this is the actual clip from that press conference that Governor Hogan referenced as to your involvement with the procurement of these South Korean tests. And I just want to be clear, this is while you were still as the director of the Maryland Environmental Service at MES.
And I want to personally thank President Moon Jae-in, Prime Minister Chung, Ambassador Lee, and Prime Minister Hong, the Director for Public Diplomacy at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who is here representing the Republic of Korea today and who was there with us at BWI on Saturday. I also want to thank Lab Genomics, who developed and produced the tests, Samsung SDS for the logistical support, Korea Air for this very special charter flight, the Korea Trade Investment Promotion Agency, John S. Connor Global Logistics, and our entire Operation Enduring Friendship team here in Maryland, especially Roy McGrath, Director of the MES, who spearheaded our efforts, along with Secretary Ellington Churchill and the Department of General Services, Deputy Secretary Fran Phillips and the Maryland Department of Health.
So I just want to be very clear in understanding what your involvement was in procuring these tests. You were listed first before Secretary Churchill, before Deputy Secretary Fran Phillips, and cited as someone who had spearheaded the procurement of these lab genomics tests. Can you be very clear about what your involvement was? What did you actually do to assist in the procurement of these tests?
Again, Senator Lamb, as I said earlier when Mr. Coe posed the question, I think Governor Hogan was very generous in his praise of me and the work that I did. But to be specific to your question in my response, my role, again, was to help facilitate with some of the supply chain and logistical challenges that surrounded what was a very urgent need and a complicated process of getting the tests that the state had acquired from South Korea to Maryland, doing it in a safe way where it was not somehow obscured by other parties. And that was what I did.
So why did he credit you with spearheading this effort then? Are you saying that that's hyperbole?
No, I'm not saying it's hyperbole. You have to keep in mind that this press conference was held, I believe, 1 or 2 days after the arrival of the Korea Air flight with all the cargo aboard at BWI Airport. And I played a not insignificant role in helping to facilitate the logistics for that process. But it is without question that my former colleagues at the Department of General Services and at the Department of Health and others were the critical people, not only in finding and evaluating and purchasing the test kits, but ultimately enabling them to get here and help us save Marylanders' lives.
Why was your role so critical to this effort? After all, you were the director of the Maryland Environmental Service at the time. And this is a healthcare related procurement.
It is and it isn't, in the sense that a logistical challenge like the one that we thought was very possible related to getting the test kits here. It was really a project management issue. And I've spent decades doing project management and doing it successfully in different capacities. And so I believe that's why Governor Hogan tapped me to help assist with getting that facilitated. We also had as data points the fact that other states had tried to do similar things with PPE and other types of healthcare goods, and those have been interfered with. So the Governor Hogan, I think rightly so, wanted to make sure we did all that we could in order to make sure that the test kits that we acquired got here.
Okay, and most recently, Acting Secretary Schrader had contended that these tests were clunky and that he acknowledged that the tests actually had to be returned back to South Korea at an additional $2.5 million of taxpayers' expense so that we could receive tests that actually worked and could be used in the lab. The account was put forward in this Washington Post article that I think you saw earlier as part of Mr. Koh's exhibits. Are you familiar with this article? Have you read it?
I believe we covered this earlier, and I believe I'm familiar with that article.
Is there anything in the article that you contend is incorrect?
I couldn't answer that at the moment, Senator Lamb. I'm happy to go back and take another look at it, and if there's some feedback I can share for you with the committee, I'm happy to do so.
Were you aware at the time that you were either the director of MES or as the chief of staff to the governor that there were concerns and problems with these tests, that they could not be used and that they had to be returned back to South Korea at another cost of $2.5 million?
I wouldn't define them as problems, Senator Lamb, but I'd have to defer to the Department of Health when it comes to the clinical efficacy of the tests. That's outside of my area of expertise.
So that was your understanding with what was wrong with these tests, that there were some clinical efficacy problems? And is that how they were characterized most recently by Secretary Schrader as being clunky?
No, sir, that's not what I said. I said I'd have to defer to the department on that question.
What's your understanding of the problems with these tests since you were chief of staff at the time?
Again, I don't think it's a question of problems with the tests. As Governor Hogan himself has said, there was an opportunity to secure a better testing solution through lab genomics, and the state took it.
Okay. And back in May at a hearing before Education, Health, and Environmental Affairs, Secretary Churchill was asked about the components of the test, and he had cited the fact that these test kits had a catalog number, as you see here on the far left. And I actually at the time had asked him this question. I did not know at the time that the state's first batch had already been swapped. At the time, the secretary declined to tell the committee what the state was missing, nor did he inform the committee that the initial tests received did not match the approved catalog number, as you see here on the far right. These two numbers did not match. And additionally, at the time, Deputy Secretary Phillips told the COVID-19 Legislative Work Group that the tests were not missing any components. You were the chief of staff to the governor at the time that the committee had its hearing, and up to a few days prior to the hearing with Deputy Secretary Phillips. Why did this information about the swapping of the tests and the fact that these components did not match, why was this not disclosed to the General Assembly when there was a hearing about this back in May? Can you speak to that?
I cannot, unfortunately, Senator. Again, I'd refer you to the experts on the topic, which would be at General Services and the Department of Health, really primarily the Department of Health.
So the Department of Health has declined to answer a lot of these questions. And since you were the former chief of staff, I presume that you had some knowledge about why these tests were sent back. Was any effort made to have Lab Genomics send us the proper tests without having to spend another $2.5 million to swap them?
Again, I'm not sure I can agree with the premise of the question. You said to send us proper tests. Lab Genomics, to the best of my knowledge, sent proper tests, and then they were subsequently replaced with a newer version.
But then why did we not build into the contract that we would receive the newer version, which was only about a month later, at no additional cost, since you were involved in the procurement?
Well, yeah, again, I wouldn't describe it as involved in the procurement. It depends on how you define procurement. I was not involved in purchasing these. I was involved in, again, the supply chain part of it. But to answer your question, I don't know why or what the process is of general services for contracting under emergency procurements when it comes to the specifics of the question you just asked.
On the slide, you see Acting Secretary Schrader told the Board of Public Works recently that he was only just recently aware of some of the issues with the lab. This slide shows some of the agendas that were obtained by the Washington Post for calls about testing capacity and deployment. It looks like you and Acting Secretary Schrader were on the agenda for these calls, and these calls were scheduled for May 11th, May 13th, and 14th, which is relevant because Acting Secretary Schrader had told the Board of Public Works that decisions about returning the first batch of tests occurred back in early May. Since you were on the agenda for these calls, can you provide any insight on who else participated in these calls and what was discussed in relation to these tests?
With respect to who else participated in the calls, I would think that could be ascertained from taking a look at the meeting invitations. From what I'm reading on here, at least the bottom one, it was an invitation from former Chief of Staff Clark. I'm just trying to look through this here, Senator. But in terms of what was discussed, I can at least address that part of it. The agenda outlines it pretty clearly. This was a very laborious effort on behalf of the administration in order to do everything we could to facilitate as much COVID testing in a thoughtful and quick way as possible, subject to the strategic plan that the governor laid out for how we would approach COVID-19 testing.
And I guess my final question then is, Acting Secretary Schrader had told the Board of Public Works that, quote, we were under pressure, end quote, when negotiating with Lab Genomics. And you were obviously part of those negotiations because they occurred while you were the director of MES. Was the pressure that Acting Secretary Schrader referring to the concern from the governor's office about the public learning that the initial batch of tests that landed at BWI had to be returned and subsequently resent new tests at additional taxpayer expense? Was that the pressure or concern that you and others who were involved in the procurement of this were concerned about?
I don't know what pressure Secretary Schrader was referring to. That question is better posed to him. But I can tell you from my own perspective, the pressure involved was in order to get as much COVID testing in a responsible way, as responsible and effective way as possible, so we could save Marylanders' lives. And that's not hyperbole or an overstatement. That is what we were trying to do. This was a life or death critical matter that came across March on everyone's plate. And this was Maryland's very effective and coordinated response to it.
Were you aware at the time that none of the original tests that were shipped were actually used on patients, that they were only used for calibration purposes and trying to use them in the lab before they all had to be returned back?
I don't recall the particulars of sort of that clinical aspect of this conversation, Senator.
Last question, not related to this. Mr. Schering was really new at the time in the organization in MES, but not long after he arrived as a staff person at MES, that he immediately started going on trips with you, oftentimes as the only MES staffer. Was there a reason he was so integral to your work at MES?
My answer to that, Senator, would be that Mr. Schering was doing his job.
You asked him to come. You asked him to come on all these trips that he attended with you?
I wouldn't say that I asked him to come on trips. that was a core function of Mr. Shearing's job for MES. His job initially was strategic partnerships executive, and later he took on additional responsibilities, including oversight of our entire partnerships operation and engaging with stakeholders internally and externally was a key critical component of his work.
And I apologize if I missed this earlier, but did he report directly to you?
He did from, I believe, October of last year on. Prior to that, he reported to Ms. Whiten. No, pardon me. Prior to that, he reported to Mr. Pennington, who was the head of strategic partnerships. And then immediately prior to that, he reported to Ms. Whiten, as I recall.
Okay. Were there any other staffers at MES that took trips in conjunction with ones that you had taken to this number or degree as Mr. Shearing that you recall?
Could you mind repeating that question one more time? I'm not sure.
Was there any other staffer at MES during your tenure as a director there that took as many trips with you as Mr. Shearing?
I couldn't say for sure. I don't think so. But again, no other staffer had the responsibilities that Mr. Shearing had, which were directly relevant to the efforts that we undertook.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. McGrath. No further questions. Any other questions from the committee?
Mr. Chairs.
Delegate Corman.
Thank you. Just a brief question about your successor at MES. Did you help with the selection of your successor at MES?
I guess, Delegate Corman, nice to see you. I had a role in it as chief of staff in terms of working with the appointments office. I would call it relatively routine for those type of placements. The chief of staff is involved in helping aggregate and put forward recommendations to the governor for key positions in the administration, and that was one of them.
And aside from your role as chief of staff, obviously as the former director of MES, did you have some interaction with the incoming director?
We did. I certainly felt an obligation to my successor to be available and responsive to him. And certainly, being candid, more so maybe than other positions, because I had institutional knowledge that others didn't have that could be helpful to him. So I tried to make myself as available as possible, despite the fact I was taking on this big new job and there were a lot of demands.
And do you recall in your conversations with Dr. Glass informing him that certain employees at MES were quote unquote untouchable?
No, I don't. And I've read that term used, and that word certainly didn't come out of my mouth. I don't use that kind of language. Some of the language I've seen reported troubles me. There was a text message talking about one employee disobeying another. Those are not words that I use. And that wasn't attributed to me. I'm just trying to make a point. There were no untouchable employees. Dr. Glass and I did have a conversation about various staff that were close in with the office of the director. And, I shared insight with him about those positions.
Is it possible he was paraphrasing you and you might have used a different word?
I don't know.
Okay, so you're saying that Dr. Glass has a mistaken recollection of your comments to him about a couple of employees in MES?
No, I'm not saying that because I don't recall his statement. I'm just saying that the conversation he and I had was around the people who work closely with the director and what their effectiveness was, how to, for him to be able to get up to speed as quickly as possible, who he could look to help him.
A moment ago, you said you had read that. So did you read that statement that I referenced a few moments ago about quote unquote untouchable?
Delegate, I believe I saw it on I may have seen it in one of the hearings. I can't say for sure where I heard that word, but that word troubled me because that certainly isn't a word I use.
And did you ever communicate with Dr. Glass via text message?
Yes.
And do you recall how you characterized the position as MES director or CEO as you would stylize it to him?
I presume you're referring to the cushy gig comment. That was a little bit of a euphemism, just to get the point across to him, or the big leagues. You know, Dr. Glass and I had a friendly relationship, and I'm sure as many of you communicate with people that you're friendly with, sometimes you take a little liberty in how you describe things. But I think by and large, our communications were very professional.
And as counsel went over very well, you referred to yourself as CEO. Is Dr. Glass the CEO of MES?
You'd have to ask him that.
Okay, but
CEO, Chief Executive Officer, is the rule.
So at no time did you determine what his title would be as the incoming head of MES?
Well, the formal title is in statute, but I've heard this conversation about the term CEO. CEO stands for Chief Executive Officer, not to be too rudimentary here, but that is a role, and that is the role that the director of the organization fills. The problem with director, and I share this constructively as you consider the future of MES, is that director in most people's vocabulary that are the type that MES would deal with is a mid to low level manager position. So it was misleading in a lot of cases. You put the title director on something, they didn't understand you run the organization. So Chief Executive Officer is that role, as is chairman, since they're one and the same for that particular position. And for purposes of clarity, I chose to use all three, depending on the circumstances.
Thank you, but you do not recall specifically instructing that Dr. Glass would not be referred to as CEO?
I don't recall specifically referring to him not being called that. There was a communication from Matthew sharing about the organization chart, and some changes have been made to it that were not appropriate, including moving the lieutenant governor and some other things. And I think as part of that, he asked me about the CEO title. And I said that it was not, I was trying to communicate that it wasn't routine to use that title in most formats. And that was the message I was trying to get across. Not that he could or couldn't, that was up to him.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. Thank you, Mr. Chairs.
Thank you, Delegate Corman. If there are no other questions, we can proceed to closing remarks. Chairman Barron, do you have any remarks?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, I mean, it seems to me we've heard a lot of evidence about large, unwarranted, unprecedented payouts for a lateral move within state government. That evidence, I haven't heard much, if any, opposition to that or anything to counter that evidence. A lot of evidence about improper expenses and travel. No, not much of, if any, explanation for those expenses. Not much to oppose much of the evidence that this committee has gathered, and a lot of evidence from witnesses, previous witnesses, and you know, of just really kind of a bad and toxic environment at this state agency. Again, not much answers from the two individuals who appear to be at the center of all this, Mr. McGrath and Mr. Sharing, and the committee can make inferences about their answers or non-answers as they see fit. But it's very troublesome. We would have liked to have heard more from both witnesses, but I look forward to convening with the committee further to see where we go from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Barron. I echo some of the similar concerns. I am concerned about the contradictions rather, that I've been hearing as part of these proceedings today. We have a duty to hold people accountable, and yet we hear on one hand, Mr. McGrath has known Governor Hogan since the 1990s, but can't acknowledge if the governor is a personal friend, or even acknowledge what title that he had within MES. We have a contradiction in that it's become clear from the expenses that Mr. McGrath accumulated over just 3 years as head of this agency, globetrotting throughout the US and the world, that there seemed to be very little justification and rationale for these additional expenses and additional benefit to MES. And so there's an inherent contradiction behind why his expenditures far exceeded those of his predecessor, to what end and to what benefit. Mr. McGrath has demonstrated that he does have quite a bit of attention to detail, such as calling himself the chairman and director and CEO, but not attention to detail when it comes to other important policies, like hiring a new internal auditor, like following internal reimbursement policies, or on approving his own expenditures. And so I do have concerns, and I continue to have concerns about this. For him to go on to become the governor's chief of staff, this was not a position that's the run-of-the-mill state employee. Mr. McGrath, you were the highest ranking representative of the governor. And as such, you should have held yourself to a higher standard. Instead, you betrayed the public trust for your own benefit. And I think for that, you should be ashamed. It's really disappointing to all of the hardworking folks within state government who are working really, really hard, incredible hours during a pandemic, facing financial challenges and a shortage of resources, and yet you were globetrotting and spending and receiving a wild severance benefit while leaving one state agency to take a position in another. That's really concerning. I want to also mention to the employees at MES that this is not meant to denigrate your agency at all. I think there are a lot of hardworking employees at MES, folks who are doing really critical and essential work for the state and for local governments. And it's unfortunate that Mr. McGrath's tenure at the head of MES is marred in this way. But I think this is an agency that is important, that carries on important functions, and would want to thank all of the hardworking folks at MES who continue to steal forward throughout some of these challenging times. As Chairman Barron mentioned, we hope to continue to get to the bottom of what occurred here. I don't think we have complete answers in terms of what was communicated to the governor and what the governor acknowledged, knowing that Mr. McGrath would convey to the board. And so I think there are still many outstanding questions that we would like to have answers to. And I think as next steps, as Chairman Barron mentioned, we will investigate this further and determine next steps to get at some of those answers. So with that, why don't we close this hearing, and everyone stay safe and have a great holiday. Thank you.